100%. I'm just admitting people, and I have started the recording. Can you see that I've started the recording, Sarah?
Yes, thank
Yes,
you, Tanya. All good.
100%. 100%. Then we'll start. Good morning, everyone. This meeting is being recorded for record purposes. By participating, you consent to the recording thereof. And then just a reminder, a competition law reminder and conflict of interest. This meeting is held with no intent to collude or engage in any matter that might contravene competition law. Any conflicts of interest are to be declared, and members are asked to recuse themselves either before or during the meeting, as and when they become apparent. Then we can go onto the agenda, Sarah. So we are going to start with the NHLS updates from procurement and HTA. Dennis and Patience, I'm not sure who would like to go first. Shall we go with Dennis first and then you, Patience, or how would you like to proceed?
I'll present and then I'll call on my colleagues to assist where necessary, if you don't mind. Patience, if that's all right with you.
Yes, it's okay, Dennis. We'll do it the way we have then planned. Thanks.
Tanya, you are on mute.
Sorry, apologies. Just a reminder that the presentations that Dennis and Patience has prepared for us today is based on the questions that we have received from our member companies. And then we will allow for questions and answering sessions after the presentations have been given by NHLS. So there will be another opportunity to ask questions later on. Dennis, then I'm going to give you the opportunity to present your presentation. I'm going to put my camera off just for bandwidth, and then you can proceed with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Let me find it here. Can you see that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let me just put it into. Okay, firstly, I'd like to thank you from NHLS for allowing us to present to you today. The CEO is unable to join us today, but she said if there are any pressing questions, I can communicate with her via SMS, or we can deal with this later. She also indicated that she would like to have more regular meetings with SALDA, in the future. The presentation that I prepared, Tanya, the introduction is based on the presentation that we made to SALDA Exco recently. I'm not sure if you've shared that presentation with your members, because then we can maybe just skip through those slides and get directly to the questions. Alternatively, we can just briefly go through those slides as well.
Perhaps it's good that we just have a quick recap on that, Dennis, because there is some important information shared in those slides, so we can just briefly go through that.
Okay, will do. So yeah, again, thank you very much. I think just as an introduction, and we're not using COVID as an excuse, but I think the last 2 years has been extremely challenging to all of us because of the pandemic. And as the CEO mentioned at the last meeting, it's not been as easy for us to interact with the industry as often and effectively as we would have liked. We've tried to interact via electronic platforms, and it's been equally challenging. And this has obviously been exaggerated by power shortages, not only caused by load shedding, but also by cable theft and damage that we've had in our particular area. And I think, if we recall, we had one SALDA meeting which was almost a disaster because of the lack of communication and the electronic platform that kept switching off. Again, the pandemic has had a devastating effect on the economy, both locally and internationally. but I think that your industry in particular might have benefited from it. Supply chain and logistic challenges and the effects of rising fuel, energy costs, etc., have affected the supply of goods, services, and equipment in all of our industries. But more tragically is the enormous loss of life that has affected close family, friends, and valued colleagues. We at NHLS have lost a number of our colleagues. So our condolences to all those within the industry that might have suffered the same losses. The diagnostic industry, and again, as the CEO has mentioned previously, has played a central and a pivotal role in the pandemic. Never before has the industry been more innovative in coming to the fore in an attempt to combat the pandemic, and it's done so with great success. And from the NHLS point of view, we thank you for your supportive roles in these difficult and trying times. As we mentioned earlier, hopefully the situation will begin to normalize and we can then start interacting more routinely. And the purpose of addressing this meeting is to provide feedback on the challenges that are faced by the NHLS, to answer the questions raised by SALDA members and to respond to the SALDA survey. Again, thank you very much for conducting the survey. It's been an interesting read, not necessarily the best read, but at least it gives us an indication as to where we should be trying to improve from our point of view. Just with regard to information gathering, again, as the CEO mentioned previously, the NHLS and NICD have been at the forefront in research relating to and gathering of information with regard to COVID. And I believe without this information, which is published in great detail still on a daily basis, we would not have been able to successfully monitor the effects of the pandemic in South Africa. And these reports are available on the NHCD website daily, and I know that they also published on Facebook daily. NHLS procurement challenges. I think the industry is probably well aware of the major challenges the NHLS faced with regard to the procurement of personal protective equipment. We recently had a favorable award made with regard to one of the cases against us where we were fraudulently lost 174 million. That award has been made in our favor, and the suppliers that in that case have been instructed to repay the money to NHLS. Nevertheless, besides these challenges, the NHLS has played a pivotal role in being able to meet the demand for COVID tests. We were rapidly required to scale up our operations to deal with this added responsibility, and this has impacted on the NHLS procurement as a whole. We will briefly outline some of these and other challenges faced by the NHLS, and we'll also briefly deal with the subject of preferential procurement and the National Treasury communications in this regard, and the position that's been adopted by the NHLS. This was, I think this subject is one of the questions that is raised, and so we'll probably deal with it in two aspects. Just to give you some background to the NHLS, we conduct approximately 100 million tests per annum and got a footprint in all 9 provinces with our 286 laboratories. This is almost twice the number of tests that are conducted by all the private laboratories over the same period. And just to give you an indication of the scope or the size and scope of our procurement, we procure over 6 billion rands worth of instruments, reagents, consumables, etc. on an annual basis. Some of the challenges that we have are with regard to the PFMA and Treasury regulations. And you are probably aware that these are complex and very regulated. That there's a requirement for confidentiality and document security. Documents are not allowed to leave our premises, so making the evaluation of these tenders can be particularly difficult in times of COVID or, given the structure that we have. From a private sector point of view, the public sector is significantly less flexible when it comes to procurement. We have to follow the rules and regulations. And, you know, as I say, we are under scrutiny constantly by the public sector as to whether we are performing in line with the PFMA. The whole public sector is subject to scrutiny, not only by the public sector, but by the Auditor General. We're currently subject to an audit at the moment, where the main focus appears to be on supply chain management. Again, one of the other issues that we raised, and I think at a previous SALDA presentation, we presented a process map. Now, this procurement within the NHLS, the supply chain is there to manage the procurement process. The need or the demand for procurement arises from the end user. The end user needs to determine the requirement within the NHLS. They also need to, in other words, they have to prepare and submit a requisition. They also have to prepare the specifications, because supply chain don't have the necessary skills and qualifications when it comes to the diagnostic industry to prepare those specifications. So we are dependent on a bid specification committee to prepare the specifications. Within the NHLS, we do not have a standing committee for specifications, and we have to rely on the resources that we have within the industry, and often we are using pathologists and laboratory skills outside of the normal work requirements. Specifications, all our specifications for tenders, and our tenders, those are in excess of 1 million, have to be approved by our bid adjudication committee to ensure that there is no bias with regard to those specifications. The bid adjudication committee is a standing committee. It meets on a weekly basis where possible, and that's every Wednesday normally from about 9 o'clock until close of business, which can be as late as 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After the adjudication, it then comes back to supply chain, who will then do the necessary advertisements of tenders, closing dates and all the rest. And then once the tenders are received, it then goes to a bid evaluation committee. And that evaluation committee, again, falls outside of the scope of the supply chain management. The evaluation, again, are done by the experts that are evaluating the instruments which they required initially. After evaluation, again, the bid evaluation committee, and that comprises of a technical evaluation and a price evaluation. It will then again go back to our bid adjudication committee, which, as I mentioned, meets on a weekly basis to ensure that the adjudication appears fair and proper. After that, if the tender is over 10 million rand, it needs to go for a compliance audit. That then goes to our risk department, who will then check to ensure that we've complied fully. And often, and we'll discuss this a little bit later when it comes to the questions, this compliance process can take some time. After the compliance, it then needs to go for approval. And in the case of tenders over 10 million rand, these need to be approved by our financial committee and our board of directors, who meet on a quarterly basis. After that approval, then the letters of award will go out. Once those are received, it then gets handed over to our legal department to prepare the necessary contracts. So as you can see from this, there are a number of dependencies within the supply chain management process, which we have to manage. But those dependencies, again, are reliant on our committees being able to meet on a regular basis. COVID, again, I think the industry as a whole has suffered from this. We've had staff rotations, we've had illnesses, we've had quarantines, and certain unfortunate instances, we've had deaths. We, as the NHLS, have had to procure COVID instruments, reagents, and the rest, in addition to our normal procurement. And again, you know, with us being at the forefront of COVID testing, this put a huge amount of strain on our procurement department. Unlike the private industry, we have posts which are created within the government organizations, and those posts cannot be added to, you know, ad lib. So we have to perform based on the posts that have been created and awarded to us. Safety protocols made it extremely difficult during the COVID period, particularly with regard to staff meeting, the evaluation specification, evaluation committees being able to meet. We did introduce a form of electronic specification and evaluation meetings, but again, these are problematic given the IT challenges that we've had. We have become a lot more effective and efficient with regard to this. And then obviously with regard to COVID, there were a number of national treasury regulations and restrictions that were applied. National Treasury, for instance, was closed for a period of time where we weren't able to advertise tenders, and we were also then required to report on a number of additional procurement practices that we were engaged in, for instance, the emergency procurement practices. Tender cancellations, again, I'm not going to deal with this in too much detail because it is one of the questions that has been raised, but this presentation will be shared afterwards, and it will cover some of the reasons, you know, some of the causes for tender cancellations, but we'll deal with this in more detail when we come to the questions. Catalogue, again, we have inherited from our days of the South African Institute of Medical Research what was known as a catalogue. And initially when NHLS was formed, the catalogue comprised of approximately 40,000 different items, which were procured not following the normal procurement process. We've managed to whittle those down to about 4,000 items, which are still in our catalogue. And it's something which we need to regularize. But again, if we go back to the process, the supply chain has to follow. The end user needs to initiate this procurement process. We have submitted a proposal to the executive to form a team so that we can try and expedite this process, because it's one of the reasons that a number of suppliers are not able to add their products to catalogs, because we need to follow a proper procurement process. Deviations, again, it's one of the questions that's been raised, and the reason that we've introduced this deviation policy, and I know that we're requesting volumes and volumes of documents. That's not because we want them, it's because the Auditor General requires that we follow the process which we follow. And the reason that we are following this process now is to try and reduce the irregular expenditure that we have, mainly as a result of the catalogue expenditure. Price updates, again, is one of the challenges that we have. We have resource limitations, and with regard to the pricing issues, it's a question of timing. Generally, we have a request for all our price increases simultaneously. We have, and some of the members will have noticed that we have now entered into a process of negotiation. Previously, price increases were accepted without question, but these are now being negotiated because of the budgetary constraints that the NHLS has, and because our tariffs are regulated by the Minister of Health. Price updates also, if they exceed a certain value or delegation of authority, that approval process needs to go either through the CFO or the CEO. Again, we have resource limitations, and this often, in us not being able to update our prices simultaneously, it results in price variances, which then has a follow-on effect with our accounts payable, where our account reconciliations become a huge challenge. As I said, well, the NHLS, we are well aware of these challenges. And, you know, we would just like to, at the outset, make it clear that it's not in the interest of any party for us to delay the process. Instruments, reagents, goods and services are urgently required by the NHLS, and it would not be in our interest to try and delay the process unnecessarily. Supply chain is under enormous pressure from the NHLS as a whole to perform. And I think supply chain and IT are the two departments within the organization that are probably the most, I wouldn't say hated, but they're definitely the most, not the most loved bodies within the organization. We are in the process of building capacity to strengthen our supply chain management. This is by way of electronic integration with Oracle. Again, it's one of the questions that's been raised. We are in the process of developing job descriptions so that we can introduce more people into the organization to assist with the process. And we are improving our processes and procedures within the limitations of the PFMA and National Treasury regulations. Just with regard to preferential procurement, there have been a number of advisories. This stems back to the case involving the Minister of Finance and Agribusiness. There were two clauses that were contested within the preferential procurement regulations of 2017, and these were namely the regulation number 4, which related to pre-qualification of bidders, and regulation number 9, which spoke to the prescribed subcontracting. Again, a question has been raised about this, and we'll deal with it during the question phase. Initially, the National Treasury indicated that they were investigating the way forward. There was a period when tenders were closed, but we applied for consent to continue, and during that particular period, we were issuing tenders without pre-qualification subcontracting clauses. But subsequent to that, on the 30th of May, there was a latest advisory that came from National Treasury that said we need to revert back to the 2017 regulations in the entirety up until the 26th of January 2023, unless new regulations were promulgated before that date. So the 2017 regulations effectively are back in place, and we need to follow those with regard to our procurement. As I said, yeah, these are the latest implications, is that if an organ of state decided to apply pre-qualifying criteria to advance certain designated groups, the tender advertisement must include these conditions, and also the 30% over 30 million subcontracting clause must be included. But as this clause is subject to feasibility within the organization. Okay, so if we can now deal with some of the questions that were raised by SALDA members. And this is where, if necessary, I'll call on my colleagues to assist in this process. The first question is, once a tender is awarded to a supplier, may the unsuccessful supplier be advised on the reasons for this not being successful? In discussion with my colleagues, the NHLS does provide details of which mandatory conditions or technical functionality thresholds were not met. Bearing in mind that we have resource limitations, there might be some time delays in us being able to respond to these because we need to continue with our tender process. One of the next question was, there are a lot of extensions and then later cancel tenders. What is the reason for this, and is there something the supplier can do differently? Possibly, if we deal with the last question first, we requested the suppliers maybe can assist in providing specific information and not deviating from the requested information. especially when it comes to mandatory and technical functionality, we are overwhelmed with documents relating to the particular equipment. And the requirement would be that if you are responding to a particular question, is that you make reference to the document, the page, and the paragraph that covers that particular item. Our bid evaluation committees are made up of experts, and it's their, they need to go through all of those documents. So how can the supplier do anything differently? As I say, if you can be more specific and guide us in that process, it would speed up the process significantly. Just with regard to the extensions and cancelled, again, as we mentioned earlier, the NHL tender process is extremely complex and strictly governed by Treasury. Tenders over 10 million are subject to risk and internal review, audit review. And if they're not administratively compliant, they need to be re-evaluated before submission to FinCom and the board, who meet quarterly. That and re-evaluation again is dependent on the availability of our bid specification committees sometimes, or our bid evaluation committees generally, who are not standing committees, and we then have to engage with them to attend meetings to deal with these particular issues. The National Treasury requirement is that tenders must be adjudicated within 90 days, but these timelines are not feasible in our environment, and we have requested that this period be extended to at least 180 days from National Treasury. Again, given the complexity and of the organization, the size of the organization, the number of laboratories that we're dealing with, and the number of tests that we need to conduct, and the volume of procurement that we do conduct on an annual basis. Again, it's not in the best interest of either party to unnecessarily delay the award of tenders. The reasons for cancellation have been presented previously in this presentation, and as I say, this presentation will be shared with SALDA members to give them some more insight into why these are cancelled. Next question that was raised was when would the NHLS be accepting of online tender submissions, as this would be a time saver. We have begun with the electronic integration of the tender process. As I say, this has commenced with the electronic introduction of, well, the introduction of electronic deviations. We have a steering committee has been formed, and the process is work in progress, and we are hoping to have this implemented before year end. What we have found with the deviation process, that it has saved us enormous amount of time in processing documents, in document storage, document warehousing, and it's also assisted us tremendously with the audit queries that we have. Bearing in mind that supply chain management, as I mentioned previously, is one of the main focuses of the Auditor General. The next question that was asked was what happens to files, that these files and the USBs once a tender has been cancelled. These documents are filed, but bidders may arrange to have these collected from the NHLS. In fact, it would probably save us a lot of storage space. But this only relates to tenders which have been cancelled. The next question that was raised was that suppliers have previously asked for tender training in order to ensure that the submissions are in line with the requirements. Has this been arranged? This matter is being discussed with the CEO at the moment. We are aware that SANREL provided an online training platform, and we are busy exploring that at the moment. We also do believe that it would be in the interests of all parties for us to provide that training so as to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of our tender process. There have recently been requests for 2 to 3 hour backup units, UPS, which is not an item manufactured by diagnostic companies. Would the NHLS consider a separate tender specifically for UPS? This impacts the overall bidding cost, as this far exceeds the instrument cost versus a standard 30-minute backup system. As these requirements are organizational and technical requirements that have been specified by end users. We are aware that there's usually a requirement only up to 1 hour, but in future, end users and area managers will be or have been consulted regarding this request to see how we can deal with this more effectively, bearing in mind that the cost of UPSs once they go beyond a certain time frame. Again, the trend of civil engineering requirements being asked of the in vitro diagnostic suppliers, cost floor replacement, enforcement, installation of air conditioning. This should be a separate tender from appropriate suppliers. Again, these are organizational and technical requirements specified by end users, and it's part of establishing the total cost of ownership of a particular type of asset or equipment. Again, end users and area managers have been consulted regarding this request from SALDA members. And hopefully at a later stage, we will be able to provide more insight into that. The subcontracting 30% of contract value requirement from the NHLS to use qualifying suppliers. This is not always possible for IVD suppliers, as the staff are internationally trained to work on specialized equipment. Again, this is a National Treasury requirement to accelerate the economic empowerment of certain designated groups. Again, when we apply this clause, we look at the feasibility of it, because the National Treasury regulation does include a feasibility clause. But we have noticed that a number of bidders have made significant progress in this arena, and the NHLS encourages all other multinationals to follow suit. With regard to internationally trained staff, I'm sure that the SMMEs and EMS companies would love to participate in this international training program if it was made available to them as well. Price opening process on a 2-envelope system, revealing prices to all competitors just to republish the tender again with no changes. Pricing should only be revealed in the final shortlisted stage. Everyone's pricing will then be safe. If a tender gets withdrawn and republished before the final stage, pricing DEE calculation. National Treasury requires that tender prices must be made public within 10 days, even if a public opening is not revealed. So we can dispense with the public opening, but we would have to publish those prices within 10 days in terms of National Treasury regulations. We can assure you that the NHLS does not use this mechanism to try and improve pricing. And tenders are only cancelled as a last resort. And normally when cancellation is as a result of specifications being incorrectly or being vague or not being necessarily complied with, and in all instances, except the exceptional circumstances where validity periods have expired, all cancelled tenders will be reviewed and amended before inviting new bids. With regard to transparency, there was a question is that we always have to jump through all different hoops, including legal, to get a final scorecard and evaluation outcome after tender awards. This should be available on request without any issues. Is this possible? Because of the high value of tenders and the NHLs, we have tenders that in up to R1 billion. The NHLS is subject to questioning and scrutiny on almost every single tender that is awarded, and often we are subject to litigation, which further delays the procurement process. The entire industry is hungry for business at the moment, and it's, you know, as I say, we find that in most instances our tenders are being questioned. Changes in the National Treasury regulations, which are on a regular basis. We've had suspension and dismissals of executive staff, and we are under constant public scrutiny. Because of this, the NHLS officials are becoming increasingly more circumspect with regard to the tender process and with regard to questions that are being raised in this arena. And this is one of the reasons we often engage legal, to ensure that the NHLS responds correctly and accurately, and also to protect the rights of the NHLS and its officials. So again, it's not an attempt to delay the process, but just to make sure that the process is followed correctly and that we avoid litigation or a delay in the tender process as far as possible. Price adjustments and deviations, price increases, adjustments on reagents, quality control, cull and service after the contract has expired. Deviations cost the supplier a lot of money. NHLS should pay for the delays on tenders awards, not the suppliers. Separate pricing for different sites and tenders. If the supplier and NHLS can handle this process. The NHLS responds favorably to all price increase or adjustment requests after contracts have expired. It is one of the areas that is one of our challenges because of the number of increases that we get, and it often there is a delay in the process. But again, we do respond to them, often not as quickly as everybody would expect. But these price adjustments need to be within the mandate and confines of the NHLS delegations of authority and our budgetary constraints. We are a public institution and our budget is awarded to us on an annual basis. The NHLS budget and tariff increases are subject to National Treasury and ministerial approval and are often well below CPI. And NHLS cannot absorb increases in excess of these limitations without it having a negative effect on our ability to perform. With regard to regional versus national tenders, again, these are based on organizational and technical requirements stipulated by the end users, but there is a move to try and work towards more regional rather than national tenders so as to spread the risk in the NHLS and to provide more suppliers an opportunity to participate in particular tenders. The HTA process, suppliers should be able to bid with the latest technology to everyone's benefit. Clarity of where does HTA fit in the NHLS procurement process. Suppliers are not prevented from bidding with latest technology, but this is sometimes proved not to meet with the NHLS quality assurance requirements. Prior HTA approval was dispensed with at the request of SALDA members because of the time delays in advertising tenders. And this is according to the CEO, there was a request from suppliers for us to dispense with that. HTA or similar accreditation is however required before an instrument can be accepted into the NHLS to ensure that it meets the quality assurance requirements of the NHLS. The HTA requirement is no longer mandatory, but it has been included as technical functionality requirement in some tenders. But the points awarded are, however, currently under discussion as to whether the number of points that are required are awarded might be too high. I'm not sure if Patience, if you want to add to the comments that we've made here, or if I should proceed.
I'm okay, Dennis, with you proceeding. I think as we had then prepared, this is the response for now. If there are any follow-up questions later, we'll then be able to take them. Time permitting. Thanks.
Thank you. Supplier presentations was another question that was asked, is that everyone should be given the opportunity to discuss or present their bid, especially on high-graded or large tenders. Bid presentations have been previously invited, but normally for IT tenders. But again, this is subject to end-user requirement. If presentations is part of the functionality evaluation criteria, bidders would be expected to do a presentation. Again, this SALDA request will be raised with end users and area managers, and we will respond to that in due course. Bidders will, however, not be permitted to participate in bid specification or bid evaluation processes, so as not to prejudice this process. Session of tenders. How to handle a tender being awarded to vendor A and then they lose the distributorship to vendor B. midway through the tender period. How does the customer, example, NHLS, handle this kind of change and transition in terms of the vendor changing? And who is ultimately responsible for warranty, service and maintenance? And how is this maintained if vendor A is no longer the sole exclusive supplier? The NHLS no longer allows the cession of tenders. And what we do here is that if the awarded tender, vendor A has lost the sole distribution rights, they need to request from the NHLS that we cancel this tender, as they are no longer able to meet their obligations in terms of this tender. Then, depending on the timing and the needs of the NHLS, an SAL may be entered into with vendor B, but only for the remaining duration of the agreement, or until such time as a new tender process is completed. During this process, the warranty obviously remains with the original equipment manufacturer. Just to go on that point, I know in previously the NHLS some years back did see tenders, but again we see this as possibly an attempt to circumvent the normal procurement process by somebody bidding for a tender and then selling their rights to that tender to vendor B, and we obviously don't agree with that process. But again, as I say, it's subject to our immediate requirements, but a new tender process will be followed in that case. Tender status, what is the procedure for following up on the progress of tenders pending adjudication? Who do we need to contact, and what information are we privy to suppliers when following up the status of tenders? The tender administrator is the point of contact, followed by the manager of the tender and contract department, which is Seng Blanc. With regard to the information that we provide, we will only provide general information regarding the status of the tenders. Again, and this is provided so as not to prejudice the tender process. We have had a number of staff rotations within the tender department, which we are trying to address through more permanent positions. And as a result, the point of contact might have changed. But as I say, in the event of there being any uncertainty, the manager of the tender department, contract department, should be contacted in this regard. With regard to audit and risk compliance, again, and the question is the number of tenders submitted in 2020. I've been sitting with audit, risk and compliance committee stages for almost a year now as per procurement feedback and have not progressed. Is there any specific reason for this delay? Tenders that are submitted to risk may be found to be administratively incomplete, require re-evaluation, but by the bid evaluation committees. Again, this process is dependent on the availability of officials, who are engaged in other work activities. And as mentioned before, the NHLS does not have a standing committee for specifications and evaluations. Again, the rotation of staff that we've unfortunately experienced within our department due to illness and other reasons has often delayed this process. But again, as we said, we are in the process of trying to restructure our department. We are working very closely with HR at the moment, again, to try and increase our competency in this area. The situation in 2020 in particular was exacerbated by the COVID safety protocols, travel restrictions, illnesses and deaths. And as we mentioned earlier, the documentation relating to tender process may not leave our premises, and we needed to set up certain protocols for these to be evaluated and specified in an environment that would prohibit documents from being copied, photocopied, printed, or the rest. With regard to the prioritization of tenders, we try to prioritize our new tenders with the old tenders based on essential requirements. It's important that we continue to issue new and evaluate new tenders at the same time as some of the older tenders. But I think we have made quite significant progress in catching up with the backlog, and we will continue to focus on this area. Tender extensions, there are about plus minus 10 tender proposals submitted between 2020 and 21 that have not been adjudicated as yet. We have been receiving numerous validity letters for all these tenders. What are the timelines in adjudicating these tenders? What is the NHLS planning to do to ensure that they improve and fast track this process? The request for extended validity letters does not necessarily mean that the tenders have not been adjudicated. They may well have been adjudicated, but have gone to BAC, where they've been reverted back to the evaluation committees, or they could have gone to risk and audit, where revaluation and delays have been required, and this has resulted in delays in presentation to the FinCom and to the board who meet quarterly. As we've mentioned previously, the NHLS is building capacity to improve efficiency through electronic integration of the tender process and to increase its staff complement. Processes and procedures are also being streamlined, but again, these are within the constraints imposed by National Treasury. We would love to do certain things a lot quicker, but unfortunately, we are guided by the National Treasury regulations and the number of documents that are required to be submitted with virtually every single process of our procurement procedure. Amendments to SLAs. The question is, we often see a misalignment of tender specification requirements and SLAs received post-award. This has required amendments to SLAs, resulting in delays with contract signing and the generation of purchase orders. Will the NHLS be aligning SLAs to specific tenders going forward? We are a little bit confused with this particular question, and if the members involved can possibly give us details of this misalignment. The tender document often includes conditions of contract, and these must be read in conjunction with the scope and the specifications, as all of these clauses will be dealt with in the contract that's ultimately been awarded. The specifications may not be amended after a tender has been awarded. So the contract will be based on the specifications that were originally included in the tender document. Technical evaluations. What is the process of contesting the outcome of technical evaluation? We've had cases where we match or exceed specifications but are deemed not to meet the minimum thresholds. Because of the POPI Act and the PIE Act, the NHLS again is reluctant to disclose information except through the correct or legal processes. Just some background, the NHLS Bid Evaluation Committee comprises of at least 4 experts who independently evaluate criteria and then consult on to come to an agreed average. Again, they are referring to extensive documentation that is provided, and as mentioned previously, this process could probably be assisted with particular reference to the mandatory or functionality clauses within the documentation that has been provided by the bidders. With regard to tenders over 10 million rand, this evaluation process is then again independently repeated by the risk and audit team in order to reach agreement on the BE's bid evaluation scores. And if they disagree with the scores that the bid evaluation committee have come up with, the tender needs to be re-evaluated. So we believe that the technical evaluation process is it's fair and transparent, but again, those questions, any questions must be raised through the proper legal channels. ISO 14001, please advise regarding the issue of NHLS asking for ISO 14001 certification in some tenders. Again, the response here has been given to us by HTA, and I'm sure that they will deal with it in the question and answer process if more clarification is required. Again, this certification has been requested for operational and technical reasons. ISO 14001 is a family of standards related to environmental management. and the standard exists to help organizations like the NHLS to minimize how their operations negatively affect the environment, comply with applicable laws, regulations, and other environmentally orientated requirements. The NHL needs a certificate or a commitment letter, and possibly in the past we've erred in requesting specifically the ISO 14001, and in future a commitment letter in this regard will suffice. The ISO 14001 has been the leading international standard with the key purpose of progressively controlling environmental impacts while ensuring that objectives and targets are met. So again, I'm sure that patients will deal with this subject again if any more questions are raised in this regard. That comes to the end of the questions that were raised. Hopefully we have dealt with them as concisely but as completely as possible. With regard to the survey, we've just summarized some of the questions, and we will be ad-libbing on some of these answers because I think a lot of the questions or reasons for the survey outcome have been dealt with in our questions, our answers to the questions that were related. As mentioned earlier, we welcome the survey and the feedback because hopefully this can assist us in improving our supply chain management function within the NHLS. Some of the answers were obviously not what we were expecting or hoping for, but we take notice, we take cognizance of them, and we realize that this is constructive criticism that has been leveled rather than destructive. So we will do everything possible to try and respond to these questions and to improve the tender process for bidders dealing with the NHLS. With regard to the first question, should the tender specs be reviewed by the HTA or expert committee before publication? 88% of the respondents said yes, 12% said no. And as mentioned previously in the discussions with the CEO, this HTA recommendation that it be excluded as a mandatory clause originally came from SALDA members or from the diagnostic industry because of the delays that it was causing in the tender process. Again, if this is reintroduced as a mandatory question, requirement is going to could delay our tender process significantly, and our ability to procure necessary instruments, reagents, and the rest timely. The second question was, should there be a single point of contact per tender? 84% said yes, 16% said no. I think we have dealt with this in the questions. There is a single point of contact, unfortunately, because of staff rotation. A number of our tender administrators have been replaced by others. But as mentioned previously, if there is a problem or concern in contact, our manager of tenders and contracts is to send Klon can be contacted, and alternatively it can be escalated to me. The third question is the NHLS website information up to date on the latest updates for tenders. 50% said yes, 50% said no. We would like to believe that our website is up to date, especially with regard to tenders. With regard to RFQs, possibly not. But with regard to tenders, as far as we are aware, that portal is kept as up to date as possible and is updated on a weekly basis. Is communication and feedback to suppliers adequate? 84% said no, 16% said yes. Again, we take cognizance of this reply, and we will attempt to improve our communication and feedback. Again, as I said, we are trying to, we are busy increasing our capacity within the organization, and hopefully this increased capacity will assist going forward, be it by electronic integration of our systems or by improved processes or by additional warm bodies within the organization. The fifth question or survey question was suggest an acceptable time frame between the release of tenders, compulsory meetings, and the closing date of tenders. 2 weeks, 4%, 3 to 4 weeks, or 1 month was 65% of the respondents. 6 weeks, 22% of the respondents, and 3 months, 9%. The National Treasury requirement is that we need to advertise tenders for at least 21 days. We can, and under certain special circumstances, apply for less, but then we need to get approval to deviate from that process. We may, however, that process may, however, be more than 21 days, and we have found in a number of instances where the bidders during the compulsory briefing sessions have requested that we've extended that. And generally what we find is that the period from release, from publication of tenders to closing date is at least 1 month in most instances, which complies with the 65% survey requirement. 6 weeks or 3 months is going to extensively delay again the whole procurement process. We do not think that that's valid. And as I say, 2 weeks is only permitted with special permission, but falls outside of Treasury regulations. What is your experience with the validity of tenders? 87% poor, 4% satisfactory, 9% was not applicable for various reasons. Again, we have attempted to explain reasons for the validity, extension of validity periods. We hope that there's been a noticeable improvement in the validity now that COVID hasn't left us, but the impacts of COVID are no longer as severe. Again, we take note of this comment, and again, we'll commit to doing everything possible to improve the experience of our bidders with regard to the supply chain management process. Seventh question or survey question was, what is your experience with the timeframes between tender awards to receiving the purchase order? 61% was poor, 26% was satisfactory, 14% was not applicable. Again, we dealt with the dependencies that we have within supply chain management. And again, from a tender award, it then has to go through the contracting process. Once the contract has been developed, where we rely on our legal team, we would then prepare a blanket purchase agreement. And once a blanket purchase agreement is prepared by the supply chain management, we then immediately notify the end user that it's been created so that they can place the order. The onus on placing orders falls on to the end user. And I think if any of the bidders are experiencing delays in this regard, that they should possibly be contacting the business managers or the area managers of the regions that are causing the unnecessarily delays. Those queries can be copied into me so that we can possibly follow up from our side. But as I say, it falls within the ambit of the business and managers and the area managers. The eighth question is, which option is preferable regarding NHLS tender release, national or regional tenders? Should tenders be released according to volumes? 39% felt it should be regional, 26% should be national, and 35% should be no preference. Again, whether it's national or regional is dependent on the operational requirements of the organization. It's determined by the end user and a bid specification committee. But there is a movement within the NHLS to possibly move towards regional tenders. So again, so that you can spread the risk of the awards, and to give more bidders an opportunity to participate in tenders. So it is something which is seriously under consideration at the moment. The ninth question was, what was your experience regarding notification of tender cancellations as well as open tenders? 70% poor, 22% satisfactory, 8% not applicable. Again, we take note of this survey response, and we'll do everything in our power to try and improve that communication process. And then the final point was, has there been any improvement in NHLS procurement over the past year? That you've noted, 65% said no, 35% said yes. To those 35%, thank you very much. But my role has been as acting head of supply chain, and those that feel that there's been no improvement will be pleased to note that we have advertised this position and that we are busy evaluating responses to that. That's tongue in cheek. That I think concludes the presentation from our side. I'm not sure if your members would like to take a 10-minute break so that we can possibly try and absorb everything that's been said. I know that I've done a lot of talking. Hopefully we've covered the questions that have been asked adequately. If there are any additional questions that we aren't able to field or reply to at this stage, or if there are any questions that you would prefer us to direct, or you would prefer to direct to the CEO for her attention, we would welcome that. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Really much appreciated. All the feedback, your detailed feedback, and answering all the survey results and also the questions. It's really much appreciated. I think I do want to open for the members to ask additional questions. Perhaps we should just take a 5-minute break just to give you an opportunity to just grab a glass of water. And then perhaps we can start typing, the members can start typing questions into the chat box. We'll start answering questions from the chat box and also, take questions. But let's give it a 5-minute. It's now 5 minutes past 10. Can we reconvene at 10 minutes past 10? At 10 minutes past 10, we will start again, if that's in order.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll reconvene then at 10 past 10. Hi, everyone. I assume that everybody is back. Can I just have a show of hands just to see that everybody is back online? Thank you.
Yeah, we're back.
Thank you very much. Dennis, Patience is back. Dennis, are you back?
Patience, I'm back.
Thank you, Patience. And Dennis, are you back? I don't hear. Dennis, are you back? Let's just give it 1 minute just to allow Dennis to be back.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Sol, you are not
Do I
muted.
switch it off?
We back?
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you very much. So I'm going to start with the questions that we've got in the chat box. There is a question from Monique. Monique asking, please advise the process to follow if there's a change in distributor after a tender has been awarded. So they are no longer the official distributor, but a new distributor has been appointed.
Do you want me to deal with them individually or?
You can, or if you would like to take 1 or 2 questions and then come back to them, Dennis.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Then the second question is from Abraham. When a cancelled tender is reissued, it is often reissued with the same number. It is our understanding that it should get a new number. Is this the case? Alternatively, it is allocated, for example, Cindy from the scientific group. Should tenders for small, medium, and large labs not be separate as specifications vary widely? So that's the 2 questions we have so far in the chat box. So maybe we should address those. And then I do see hands raised that we will attend to after those 2 questions have been answered, Dennis.
Okay, thank you, Tanya. I think the first question with regard to distribution rights was covered on our slide number 30 with regard to sessions of tenders, how to handle the tender being awarded to vendor A and then they lose the distributorship to vendor B. And what we said there is that we no longer allow a session of tenders and that vendor A in this case, because they are unable to meet their obligations in terms of the tender, must request cancellation from NHLS. We cannot cancel that tender. They need to request cancellation. Once the tender is cancelled, we would then follow the procurement process again by issuing out a new tender. But again, depending on the timing and the needs of the NHLS, we may enter into a service level agreement with vendor B, either for the remaining period of the tender or until the new tender process has been completed. But we are avoiding cession of tenders. If you can no longer meet your requirements, then we request cancellation. That the vendor A requests that we cancel the tender so we can follow a new procurement procedure. Okay, I've just to saying just with regard to question 2, cancel tenders. We will reissue a tender with the same number, but not a cancel tender. So if we've withdrawn a tender and we then reissue it, it'll be under the same tender number. If it's cancelled, it will be under a new tender number. And then with regard to the small, medium, and large, again, it was a question that was dealt with regard to regional and national, and I think that slide also covers the small, medium, and large, and it's an area which we are looking into in terms of, again, enabling us to spread our risk and to enable more bidders to participate in the tender process. So it's definitely something which is under consideration at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis, for that answer. I know that Jean-Pierre Collins, I saw your hand was raised. Do you still have a question?
No, sorry, Tanya, that was a mistake from my side.
Not a problem, Jean-Pierre. Then Tabiso, your hand is raised. You may proceed.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. This is a question, hi, Dennis. This is a question I've asked before, and I'm putting it back on the table because I don't think it's been dealt with enough. I like the previous question about separating tenders between small, medium, and big companies because our challenges are not the same. Most of the tenders, even now, if you go into the NHLS website, if you go into the RFQs and the tenders, it's mostly about services, innovations, equipment, fridges, centrifuges, thermocyclers. What about a company that doesn't supply equipment and it's more into reagents like kits, or some consumables like chips, or counting chambers? Like when Mr. Mabunza was still in office, I posted a question to say that, we would like to have our urine counting chambers, the plastic ones, loaded on Oracle because it's not an item to go via HTA. It's not a kit, it's not a reagent, it's plasticware. And it's being used by NHLS labs every day. So it's not on Oracle, and the companies that are already on Oracle get orders every day with P numbers. But for us, we don't have those P numbers. And how do we get there? And I always get referred to the website. And my response is always that our product, this segment, our segment, it's never advertised on the website. So how do we do business with the NHLS if our products are not being advertised via RFQs on the website? And when we go to the office, we get told that there's too many suppliers on the Oracle system. But that was the answer last time, that the playing field is being leveled, which was understandable because there was an issue raised of irregular expenditure, and NHLS is trying to do something about it. So you companies like that, hold on a bit, we didn't forget about it. But it seems like nothing is being done. All the focus is on big tenders for big machines and renovations and services. But what about things that are being used by NHLS labs throughout the country, even small labs in the outskirts that we supply? Some of them need to go through the HTA. I accept that. I know the process. But some don't need to go through the HTA. What about those items? How do we sell them to the NHLS? Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. Tanya, do you want me to respond to that?
You are welcome, Dennis, and then we can take 2 more questions on the chat box.
Okay, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, to Singh, and she'll speak to that particular question for you.
So, good morning, everyone. As Dennis has mentioned in his presentation this morning, we have inherited a lot of catalog items that were procured, that were procured but did not follow a procurement process. So the intention right now is to regularize all those catalog items in terms of going out on tender and or RFQ and advertising for those. So like Dennis has mentioned already, there has been a request submitted for a committee to be formed to then look at those catalog items and identify the ones that we need to advertise on tenders or RFQs. So that is the process that's ongoing. Unfortunately, it's not, we cannot advertise without going through that process and identifying those items that don't have to go to HTA for instance, or it's not reagents, and it's a tedious exercise, and the committee that's being appointed is actually the expert committee who have, due to time constraints, have not been able to meet and finalize that process. So we are waiting for the process to be finalized before we can start advertising for those items. In other instances, with certain items that are not reagents or HTA requirements, we do utilize the transversal contracts that have been finalized by National Treasury. So that's how we are currently dealing with that issue right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Tabiso, I see your hand is raised. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I just wanted to find out if there's any time frames that has been set, even though you are saying that it's a tedious process, and I can imagine because there's thousands and thousands of products on the system. So I can imagine it's a long process, but is there any timelines? Because as I said, I was in Mr. Mabunza's office when he was still in office. That was in 2019 to raise the same challenges that we are SAPRA accredited, we've got this, our products are this. When we go to like Path Red, NHLS labs want our products, but when we get to procurement, we get told we are leveling our playing field, we are fixing our house. And this is 3 years ago. So is there any time frame as to how long is this going to take? Because companies are going under the bus. And I'm just concerned about that. We feel sidelined as small to medium-sized companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabiso. Dennis, I'll give an opportunity for you to respond to that, and then we have to move on to the next questions.
Tanya, yeah, the process, we've started the process. We've already issued tenders for blood collection materials. We've issued tenders for stationery. And again, it's a process that we're following. But when it comes to those are commodity items which we, are easily identified and specified. But when it comes to the more technical items, we rely on the end users to specify those items. I have identified all the items that are on our catalogue at the moment, which I say is in the region of about 4,000. I have categorized them, and we are busy consulting with the executive and with the expert committees on how we deal with this. Ideally, I would like this project to be completed by the end of this year. And those are the timelines we set in ourselves. But it's a process that's going to happen, and we will start. As I say, I've been focusing on identifying the various categories of items so that we can give everybody an opportunity to participate. Again, with regard to the delays, we cannot offer any excuses. We have had, as I mentioned, we've had staff rotation, we've had various other constraints that have been placed upon ourselves. We are attempting to improve the situation, and and our business also keeps growing. So we need to improve our capacity to try and manage with that. So it's a process of managing existing requirements, managing the backlog, which has been discussed and mentioned previously, the COVID backlog, and managing the catalogue items simultaneously. But with our existing resources, we can't do it, which is why we have now obtained approval from the executive for us to improve or increase our capacity. We are in the process of preparing job descriptions and organograms that will satisfy our requirements. And as I said, that is currently in process. It's basically been approved by executive. It's just a matter of following the correct HR process for us to implement that. So from a timeline point of view, we are looking to have this completed before the end of the year, and that's be by the end of November, not the end of December. Thanks, Tanya.
Thank you, Dennis. There is 3 questions in the chat box. I'm going to read them and then I'll give you a chance to respond to all 3 of them. So the first one again is from Monique, just on or coming back to what you answered her on. Thank you, Dennis. In this case, instruments have been awarded and instruments delivered. It would now be a case of a new SLA with distributor B. Who do we contact at NHLS to do this? Then Zondani had a question. What is an acceptable process for requesting a supplier's final evaluation scorecard after a tender outcome? And then Abraham and Cindy, would consideration be given to reviewing price schedule templates to be aligned to each tender requirement?
Sorry, Tanya, can you please repeat the last 2 questions?
The last 2 questions. The second last one was from Zondani. What is an acceptable process for requesting a supplier's final evaluation scorecard after a tender outcome? And then the last question, would consideration be given to reviewing price schedule templates to be aligned to each tender requirement? If you would like people just to elaborate on their question, we can ask them to then just elaborate.
Yeah, if you can just maybe elaborate on the last question.
Okay, we can ask Abraham and Cindy to just then elaborate on their question. Would you like to answer Monique and Zondani in the meantime? Okay, with regard to where it's award of an instrument, but not the consumables or reagents that go with that, who the contact person would be there. To create a SLA for vendor B. Is that my understanding of the question? Yeah, so basically this was Monique that asked if a distributor if a distributor loses distributorship of a tender that was awarded to them, now it's going to distributor B. It would need a change of SLA, and who would be the contact at NHLS to do this or to ask for it to be changed?
Yeah, I think that query must go through to Singh, but as I said, we would first need to get vendor A to request cancellation of their SLA on the basis of non-performance, so that we can then start the process again. They need, vendor A needs to advise us that they've lost sole distributorship of the particular instrument or reagents. If we had to rely on everybody telling us that they are now the sole distributors, we could be inundated with requests to create SLAs when they aren't necessarily valid or not. So there is a process that needs to be followed. And I think if you can, maybe speak to Singh with regard to that. If you have any questions, that would be the contact point. The acceptable process to be followed for final evaluation. Again, I think that request must be sent through to the administrator, and if you can copy the manager of contracts and tenders to Singh in on that request, that would be the acceptable process to follow. And Singh will probably respond to that with what additional information is required.
Thank you, Dennis. Then the elaboration, I see that Abraham and Cindy they asked, the first question was, would consideration be given to reviewing price schedule templates to be aligned to each tender requirement? They further elaborated to say price templates are a standard format, irrespective of the instrument required, for example, analyzers versus centrifuges. Is that a little bit more clear, or would you like Abraham to comment on it?
No, maybe if you can comment.
Abraham or Cindy, could I ask you to just comment?
Hello, it's Cindy speaking. In relation to the price schedule templates, it seems regardless of the requirement, whether it is an instrument that requires reagents or just an instrument, you would still get, if it's a single instrument, you would still get the kits and the calibrators, controls, etc. They don't always seem to be aligned. And I think perhaps with some suppliers, the interpretation of how they are completed is different.
Is that a bit more clear, Dennis?
Respond. I'm going to ask Dising to respond to that.
So the price template is developed at the same time as the specification document. So if at the time of the development of the spec, the end user requires kits, or says that the instrument has kits and reagents, they're the ones who inform on the pricing template. So it's not an SCM developed template. It comes from the end user. So if the end user is of the opinion that the instrument should come with kits or reagents and consumables, that's what the pricing template will go out as. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. There is another question in the chat line that I'll quickly read, and then we'll go to Radebe, whose hand is raised. Sondani asks, with regards to all tenders pending adjudication, specifically the ones submitted in 2020, are there any commitments and timelines you are setting as procurement at this stage to say that they will be concluded and awarded by a certain time this year? I know you actually did allude to this point in your presentation. I'll park that one and you can get back to us with an answer on that question. And then we can also take maybe Radebe's question. The hand is raised, and then we can answer both those questions. Radebe, you can pose your question.
Good morning, colleagues. It's Tammy from Sysmex here. A quick question. I hope it makes sense. I noticed under your challenges, you mentioned uploading of new pricing since I think the 1st of April. Now the question is, how are you going to deal with that? Because if you had a company that sort of ticked all the boxes and their pricing is still not uploaded, how are you going to deal with that situation? Because we're in a situation where orders are still coming through on old pricing. I hope it makes sense. Thanks.
Yes. So I see that I have a new. Thank you, Dennis. We'll give you an opportunity then to respond to those two questions.
Just with response to the first one, we cannot determine a timeline because, again, as we mentioned earlier, it's dependent on the availability of the various committees that might be required in the evaluation compliance process. We obviously try and, because the board and FinCom meet on a quarterly basis, we try and prioritize tenders that might require their input. We try and prioritize those because those are the larger ones so that we can meet with those particular meeting deadlines. But again, it has to go through our risk and compliance. And if the evaluation there is found to be wanting, we then again need to rely on the availability of either our bid evaluation or our bid specification committees. And as mentioned previously, we do not have standing committees for those. The question of standing committees has been proposed to the executive, and it's been we trying to understand or if there's a possibility that we can introduce something on similar lines. We recently had discussions with our colleagues from other African countries with regard to how they deal with it, and they've come up with certain resolutions and proposals which we are busy considering. You know, as I say, with regard to standing committees, if we could introduce a standing committee, it will obviously help immensely. But again, within the requirements or the ambit of PFMA and National Treasury regulations in terms of who we can appoint to these particular boards without impeding upon the transparency or the fairness or the bias of these particular tenders. So we, you know, if we're going to have a standing committee, we need to know that they come from an environment that's not going to prejudice any of the tender processes. With regard to price increases, again, it is a challenge. We unfortunately still work on an antiquated line-by-line price updating system, which we have discussed with IT, so that we can have a batch loading price update system, which will allow us to do price increases more regularly. But generally, you know, unless NHLS accepts a price increase, the price increase is not valid. You know, if once we accept the price increase, then we will accept price orders at those at the approved price increases. I'm not sure if that answers those questions.
It does. Thanks for mine. That is.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I just want to have a look here. I don't see anybody's hands raised, and I don't see any further questions in the chat box. Sarah, can you just confirm that I'm not missing anyone?
Tanya, no, I don't see any more questions or raised hands, but I would suggest that members could email me any questions that they think of after the meeting. I've just sent through the presentation that NHLS have presented today, and then we can maybe send through the questions to the NHLS team if needed. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. So then at this stage, I would like to then conclude the meeting, and I would really like to thank the NHLS team, both Dennis and Patience, the HTA and the procurement teams. Thank you very much for your time. We do appreciate it. We know that you are extremely busy and that you made the time to respond to our members with regards to their questions and their survey. We really do appreciate it. We also appreciate, Dennis, your suggestion of more regular meetings with our members and with SALDA. And I think this will be a good thing to do maybe once a quarter, just for our members, just to advise again that we do meet with procurement, myself and some of the EXCO members. We have a working group that meets with the NHLS procurement team as well as the NHLS HTA team, and we meet on a regular basis. So any questions or concerns that we receive as an association that goes through to Sarah, we discuss then with procurement and with the HTA teams, and we try and give feedback as much as possible to our members. We have noticed that there was quite a few non-members on this call, and we would really like to encourage those companies that were on this call that are not members of SALDA to become members. As you can see, we do try and engage and give feedback to our members on a regular basis, and this is to the benefit of the industry. So we really do encourage membership to SALDA. Dennis, again, thank you very much. Is there anything from your side or from Patient's side that you would like to just conclude? Final remarks?
Yeah, Tanya, again, thank you very much for the opportunity to address your members. As I say, hopefully we've dealt with the questions as comprehensively as possible, but we welcome any additional questions with that regard. And the point that, again, that's been raised by Tabisa, and I know that he's raised it on a number of occasions, we are committed to sorting out the catalogue as a matter of urgency. But with, you know, bearing in mind that we have other supply chain management requirements that we need to attend to as well. But there is a commitment from executive and from supply chain to address this issue, because it does result in irregular expenditure, which we have to account for. You know, all catalogue expenditure is regular. We have to report on it. It is audited, and it's not well received by, you know, we have to report to Parliament on these particular issues. So it is receiving our utmost attention, and within, you know, the framework. Unfortunately, at the moment, we've been subject to audit, and as I mentioned at the outset, supply chain management appears to be the main focus of the audit this year. So it's keeping us extremely busy. But yeah, we will make whatever effort to address SALDA's questions, their concerns. You know, we want to try and be as transparent as possible. We welcome the interaction again and the time that your members have taken to participate in this, because I'm sure that they are all also equally busy. And, you know, so we do value the opportunity. We value the fact that you know, you've attended this, and hopefully we can do it more regularly. With that, I'll hand over to Patience, and if she might have any closing remarks. But thank you very much again, much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Dennis, for that. And I want to say thanks to all the SALDA members that joined, and also thanks to the executive for allowing us then to touch base with the suppliers as well. I think I'm thankful to our SCM team for the work that they have done and taking most of the questions from this time. However, from the HTA side, I want to also remind everybody that without many role players, HTA then does not continue to work, and that includes the procurement processes. The suppliers, the laboratories, and the expert committees are integral to our existence. As the NHLS, we are accredited against many ISO standards, and part of the requirement is that there be a process of evaluating then the suppliers of critical work. And for the NHLS, what's critical is the devices that the laboratories are using. Thus, we want to comply with that. With the minor hiccups that we have now and then, I want to remind suppliers that our communication channels are still open. Our slot for Friday meetings for individual processes that are available and that we are following are still there, even if you want queries. And during evaluation processes, the back and forth with the laboratories and the monthly updates are still available for us then to continue with. And going back to Dennis's slide that was talking about HTA no longer being mandatory in the tenders, it was a request from SALDA that the NHLS heeded to. However, we are still then encouraging that we would rather start the other route of evaluating first within the NHLS, so that post-procurement process, then there's a smooth transition into the process. We are open then to continue, and we are grateful that we are considering the quarterly meetings that we used to have, and we will continue being available for 2 members for individual then consultation. Anita is in the team as well, and Prof. Melisani in the meeting today as well, for us then to say we do take you as suppliers seriously and know that you are important to us as the NHLS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patience. Really appreciate it. There's a last message in the chat box that says, thank you for the session. This has really clarified a couple of things. Good idea to have these on a regular basis, and we will most definitely ensure that we do so in future. So thank you very much to everybody that attended, all our members. It was a great participation. I think we were at a stage 85 people. So that was a good participant list. Really appreciate everybody's time. Sarah will be sending out a survey after this meeting just to get some feedback from our members and even the NHLS team on how we can better or improve these sessions and what the feedback is. So please complete the survey we send through. We value that input and we value the feedback, and we strive to be there for our members in every way that we can, and so also for NHLS. to also communicate with them and with our members. So we appreciate everybody's time. And with that, we conclude the meeting. Thank you very much, everybody. Anything else from you, Sarah?
Thanks, Tanya. No, all good. Thank you. I will share the survey by the end of this week.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.